76. Current moment in life. PC is yelling quite a lot. But it's fine. Right, I looked and last video I made stream was 6 days ago. Could be 7. The last week I haven't done a lot. The same thing continued that I talked last time. Since then, or back then, I only had 2 kind of unproductive days. Now I had more. And that's very, not very interesting, but a little interesting at least for me as well. How when I'm at home, I don't have those triggers. That if I don't have anything planned and no new signals come in, I stop doing everything. I don't think that's the biggest reason why I can do this, can do so little, that I don't have active brain. It's very reactive. That if something happened, if I had a schedule, then I would happily do that. But if I don't, just don't have that inner motivation to, hey, I want to do this, and start doing it. So pretty much I have continued the same pattern. Mostly just slept, gooned over 30 times over the past week. And I have eaten. So since last Wednesday, now it's Tuesday morning, I haven't left my apartment. No need. I had enough food, and I wanted to kind of take this break. Of course, I didn't think it would last this long, but the idea was that I want to change something that I can't get motivation from outside or ideas for it outside. So I thought it was best to just wait, try to think, wait until those thoughts appeared, even if it meant that some days maybe I had 20 thoughts. Of course, I've never really counted them, or it's not easy to define what would count as one thought, but meaning very little. That I just was, most of the time I wasn't conscious. Even when I was conscious, nothing happened. I was able to daydream, which is something I'm quite happy to do, because the last 6 months or so haven't done that much. Haven't been able to dream, or just didn't feel that it had any point. There was any point to it, because the dream was pretty much my future. Rather just focus on that, focus on what I was doing. I did a little bit of that, but then only, I think, maybe 2 days ago or yesterday I properly started to think, okay, or ask myself questions. Do I have a problem here? Like, what am I trying to achieve? Why don't I just do? Because I'm not trying to find any other plan for my life. The pieces are there. Plan is there. I pretty or very certain what I want to do. Of course, it will change, but for now, pieces are there. I don't have any anxiety, any stress, pretty much, because I have figured it out already. My worldview is not changing. Like, there's no need to focus on philosophy. It's just balancing or analyzing my thoughts, feelings, my body, how my brain reacts. And in some way, yes, I'm trying to discover, well, I'm not trying to discover it. I think I already know enough how my brain operates. But I'm just waiting. So that is something I have talked of many times before. That is the biggest quality of me, or defining fact, that I wait. I just react, I observe, I wait. And that was very clear here as well. I waited for the next thing and nothing happened. Or, of course, yeah, something happened, because I was able to get out of it and start or actively think, but waiting. So only yesterday properly I started to ask, what am I doing here? What is the goal of this unproductive period? And the goal is, or the problem is, that I'm not happy how my brain behaves. I'm not happy about that waiting. That my brain, it's so hard coded, so low level thing that my brain waits. I'm just not happy. It's not something I can just change. Hey, it's a state of mind. No, those things are way above or way higher level, which means easier to do. So like task, hey, instead of doing this task, I do something else. No, this is before I think that level. I didn't or haven't actively tried to change that yet, but certain I can do it. I want to do it. And then I tried to think about the reasons for it. Why am I annoyed by my brain? Do I want to copy someone that, hey, I want to be like them? They're very fluent, they think a lot, they are good leaders, they are good talkers, speakers. Do I envy them? Or where does this come from? And then I remember that no, this is something, of course, that's part of it, that I still compare myself to everyone. That's how I get my ideas or reasons and motivations to do everything. But it's also very personal that while I live here, before I die, I'm bored. I have observed many things enough to not care about them anymore in the same way that I want something, I want to do something, that this is the only life and I'm not happy about how my brain operates. So I want to be active. Instead of being passive, I want to be active and have my own motivation, more active thinking. Is it possible? I don't care. To some degree, of course, it's possible to change, but there might be some barrier I just can't figure out, or it's not physical, or yeah, it's not possible. But it's personal. And even though I try to remember when I have thought about this, but it might have been a year ago when I thought about that inner creator or doer. I have mentioned that. But back then, I think I didn't focus on that because I hadn't done that many developments, effective developments. And maybe it probably was too difficult. I realized that it's not needed. Maybe I thought it's not possible, but now I'm at a point where I want to get this going. It's not again, it's not needed, but think I want it. And of course, a year ago or before, I still had other things to develop which were easier or figure out. Like just 3 months ago, I figured, or I built meaning, subconscious meaning. Then now I have gained some new life experience that I thought, or that was easier than developing myself. But now I got this window of opportunity where nothing is happening. Of course, I could use all of my time for work, for development, everything, but I still have a week left to apply for 4 jobs, which is from the employment department. I want to get the social benefit. No, social unemployment benefit, which I still haven't got because the process is ongoing. For some reason it's taking time. Or probably, yeah, they have too many people in line. And then already next week, I will go to Stockholm. And now the swap card app, which is the networking app for that event and also organizing app. I haven't touched that, but now it's available. So I will start becoming more active and think more about that trip, because after that trip, don't have much planned. I was thinking about finding an apartment. We'll probably do that as well. Just now when I'm yapping about my life, I'm slowly regaining memories of how things were going, because it doesn't take many days if I'm not doing something or I'm not in contact with something, I forget it. I forget people, I forget everything. Pretty sure today when I leave this apartment, finally, that feels weird walking outside, seeing other people like, wait, what? This is how life is. I'm very good at this, just forgetting how to operate, how everything works. I haven't planned a lot, but what I did do was go through some developments I want to make. So one is already what I have figured out, which is to jump from thought to thought and keep going. Maybe not sure if I have explained it well, but the problem is that how I operate is I'm kind of in place, that I'm not moving. I'm just doing these reaches. I'm reaching out and then I'm coming back. There's maybe this flexible something that's the mechanism how I work, how I think. I move in the halfway and then I come back and do that. What I want to become is someone who moves. So I don't stay in place. I move, I continue moving, I continue moving, I continue. Because when I start to think, and speaking is the same, that if I really focus on what I want to say, then I very quickly get this feeling that is this enough? Is this enough? Is this should I stop? That I'm kind of expecting someone to continue my thoughts, go from there. I have pretty much just started projects my whole life, and that's very or that's because of similar reasons, that I don't have that coded in me to continue. There are projects that I have been able to do to the end or for a long time, or not projects but things. So it's not absolute, but generally I just start projects, I start to learn something, and then I quit. That's why my knowledge is so fragmented, that my brain by default wants to move on from the knowledge before I fully gain it, fully grasp it. That's enough. I just need to get a sense of it, and then sure, what's next? That's very much how my life is going right now, is that I have started these things. I figured out my life, but then have I done much the last week? No. Why? Because I have this strong feeling that yes, I can do all of this. I know what I want to do, but then I automatically just move to the next one. Now I have good enough understanding of everything. So the last thing was to do nothing and then focus on this most fundamental problem I have. Yeah, it's most defining factor. That's the ghost personality. I'm just observer. I just react, don't do. So one exercise is to start thinking or speaking, and then continue. even if I make a mistake, continue, 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 continue. Get that mode on and make it easy. Of course, everything I do, I develop. I'm trying to do that as easily as possible. So fully relaxed, physically and mentally. That's the goal. And then another exercise is to really start thinking about goals. Like when I'm now speaking, if I'm not conscious about it, like I'm now, I'm not trying to tell a story. I'm not trying to explain anything. In some sense, that's the only thing I'm doing, talking to the camera. But no, this is me thinking. It's different. When I'm in a conversation, actual conversation, I don't look at the other one when I'm talking. It's not that there's this person and I want to give them this message. Rather, I look someplace else and then I focus on the message. I'm focusing on what words to say next and not the meaning. One reason being is that my brain, if it gets a little idea what I would like to say, it stops there. It doesn't finish the thought. And definitely, if it figures out the first thing, it doesn't want to figure out the next thing. What's after this? So I have this very fragile system where I can't do long segments well. If I'm yapping with myself like here, then it's kind of fine. But does this have structure? Maybe for someone might seem like it. The reality is no. And when it comes to real conversation, I can't just go with the flow, with my own flow. I need to keep on topic or follow others on topics that I don't grasp well. My brain doesn't like that it's restricted to think about something specific. It wants to just think about something that at that point I find interesting. So the second exercise or goal is to start thinking about this, like thinking ahead, which I have already mentioned. Third one, to add to the second one. So it's not just that I would be thinking ahead, but I would be more conscious. No, I want this to become subconscious. That if I'm just thinking by myself, at any time, I could stop and then explain what I just thought, what I saw, what I experienced. to have that ability to tell a story, to remember, not just consume. Because if I consume, the default way is that I'm just forgetting all the details. It doesn't matter. I'm not gonna be the one who uses this information. No, it should be that I'm constantly finding information I want, I need, and then I'm able to use it. Mentioning or explaining that information is just one way. It could be that, hey, I want to write a note about this, or just implement it. That what was that information I just heard about this new tool? I want to research it. And the third one, what was the third one? No, that was the third one. No, that was the second. I think, yes, I separated those. So the first one was just keep going. The second one was keep going consciously, or so that I can explain myself. Third one was to have to think ahead. And then fourth one is to focus on everything, or not filter out anything. In reality, it wouldn't work. The brain loves to filter out. I don't have time to focus on everything, but the idea is that I'm filtering way too much, to the point where even if I'm conscious, but I'm alone, nothing is visually happening in front of me, or I don't listen to anything, I'm consciously not thinking about anything. So filtering way less. And this problem is if someone says some of their interest that I don't find interesting, my brain decides not to think about it. It filters it out, that no, I'm not gonna think about it. And that gets me to a point or situation where I can't join the conversation. I don't have anything to say because my brain doesn't give me anything. If there was a situation where some leadership was needed, that hey, someone should think about possibilities, options, then make decisions. My brain waits for someone else to do that. Decides that no, it's not gonna think about it, of course. This is an opportunity to filter it out. So to start with this development, the goal is to filter nothing, focus on everything. And then more specifically in social setting, that eye contact that I'm yet again here failing at. I want to know what I'm gonna say and then say to the other person directly with eye contact. not staring, but more than what I'm doing currently. Those were pretty much the thoughts I had yesterday. Iraq, thought structure has not been active. Can't remember what was the time properly. Try to use that. Was it half a year ago or maybe even more? It has been there all this time, ready to use, but I just haven't had the motivation to do so or use that. But it will be there. Because I need to think. If I want to make my own decisions, if I want to achieve this world peace, I need to think. And this should be another topic already. No, it's fine. And yes, using Iraq, it's mandatory. I don't have any other way to think effectively. And it is exciting building it. It's fun. I've used hundreds of hours last 4 years for that. And in reality, it's not difficult. Why it has been difficult is the motivation, like subconscious habits, thinking that, hey, this is too difficult, don't do it. And it's been unclear, why would I even want that? Do I want to use that? Last September was the time when I properly went through it, changed my subconscious attitude towards it. But why am I talking about things that I have already figured out earlier? Thing is, it's a different thing to just think about this separately and actually living and having that feeling and understanding, why am I doing it? And what am I actually doing? Because most of the time, or during these development sessions, I'm not my normal self. I'm very conscious. I have motivation for things that I didn't have like the past week. That's with everyone. They might start developing themselves, start exercising or forming a habit, then they stop. because the reality was they were just exciting, but they couldn't finish it. That they used different motivation than what they usually used, so it didn't work. Or then I had thought, or I had figured out this need, this problem, wanting to think, be more active. But then when I realized it, I thought about it differently, or I took it away from my life, to see it from a different angle, and then I started to figure it out. But now I needed to reconnect it with the reality. That the reality is when I realize why I want to do this world peace, why I want to do anything and this development. It goes down to my philosophy, my worldview, my way of living. I'm waiting for death. So all this structure I have built, infrastructure, that supports this development. But before I realized this, or I drew the connection from this development need to my actual philosophy and life, it wasn't clear. It was unattached. That's why I didn't have motivation, because I didn't know what I was doing. I went into this mode where I was just waiting. And I didn't know exactly what I was looking for. I think many people have experienced it. Maybe not like this. Just turning 28, living alone, having no responsibility, pretty much, having no job, having no problems, no schedule. What were my choices of avoidance? Well, it was porn, and it was sleep, it was food, watching music videos, the daydream. Earlier than this, almost 3 months ago, I still had entertainment, proper entertainment. I could always do that. But this time didn't go, or that part didn't break, didn't relapse. 2 days ago was my birthday, and also the election in Hungary. I knew that beforehand, and during that evening I checked it out. How was it going? And I was very pleased to know the result. I don't remember having better birthday gift than the result of Hungary's parliamentary election. I thought about putting some Instagram story for that, but thanks for this gift. But then I did it. And after that, I started watching some news stories, YouTube videos, what's happening, especially around that. That what's how did the election go, and then also something about Ukraine war, Russian war, how that's going. Then wanted to watch something from Taiwan or about Taiwan, China. Nothing about Iran really. Still don't want to go there. But some news stories, videos. Also this quite interesting Chinese guy who talks about the mindset. And how Chinese are so good at tech and kind of problem solving, even though they have been suppressed from their creative thinking, critical thinking, that they are just optimizing a lot. They have learned to optimize. That's not important here. Then yesterday also I watched a few tech videos, just updates, because during this week still I pretty much unaware what's happening around the world. Haven't read the newsletters that I get. There are close to 50 unread messages or emails, but those are mainly for AI related things. Seems like there is this, was it gamma model that I could possibly run locally. It seems so, better local models. Interesting news. How important, how big is now this better or new understanding of my personal need to develop my brain to become active. How I felt about that was that it's enormously huge, the impact that it could have, the weight it has. It's so fundamental, connected to everything I do. It's impossible to even grasp. But also, when I think about my life from from the death philosophy, my life's plan, it's becoming very clear. Then when I add this component there, I get this feeling that I don't know what other thing to develop or focus on other than the actual living. I have had that feeling before, of course, many times. Like 4 years ago, I thought, hey, everything is figured out. No, it wasn't. But this piece would could possibly or could be the last big piece. The life experience, what the brain wants, the enjoyment. That is an odd one. Some part of me hates it, my ability to be happy whenever I want or be happy consciously. Some part of me hates the fact that I can enjoy everything. But wouldn't it be so nice to just have something that I can enjoy rather than everything, because it removes the point. Why would I make or buy good food if I enjoy the most bland one that could be the most healthy one? Do I even need to listen to this new song? Or it's kind of annoying. Of course, it's convenient. I don't need any riches. I don't need any entertainment. Just by changing how I see life, the moment, I can sort of regulate happiness levels in my brain. Getting annoyed about that. That is one thing that I find a little interesting. That without it, my life would be depressing. That I'm constantly suppressing myself from doing everything or most things. But then if I want, I can. I'm not sure what I'm trying to explain here. -25 degrees. It's the first time this year It's gone this high. Very much enjoying it. Feeling warm again. The sun is out. It's a bit over 10 degrees Celsius there outside. Especially in the sun, it's more. Goes to 14 today. Shirtless weather. Energy, regulation, development. That is an interesting one, because during this week I didn't do much because I didn't need to do much. My biology loves that. If you don't need to do something, don't do it. Just chill. In that area, I'm fighting against my biology. But with habits, with subconscious developments, it's possible to become very, very active, use a lot of energy, even if my body wants something else. I automatically get tired just by thinking about it, that I would change my life from casual one to active and stressful. I act thinking. I have probably mentioned that earlier, but it's something I have developed out of me, that whenever I start or try to concentrate on thinking and think fast, nowadays I don't act anymore. But what I did before was I acted thinking, that I'm just randomly focusing on preview thoughts without going into them. And that distracts me from the actual thought. And then it takes more time to think. So whenever I would increase it, the error rate, the mistakes, just multiply. And in the end, that would make the thought process less productive. So how to increase it so that won't throttle. Not sure if that's the best word here. Maybe with CPUs, how to increase the clock rate without, or how much can it handle without it being too hot or I don't know what goes inside the CPU exactly. Principles. I have made bread twice. That's the, yeah. I have had this, some rice and then flour for years without me using them. But now, during this process of going through everything I own, I also went through food and decided to throw them out, throw them away. But I didn't do that yet, so I had flour, and someday, was it Saturday or Friday, I looked at, I knew that my regular food that I eat was running out, or some of them didn't have anymore, and I didn't want to go to the grocery store, so I thought, hey, could I make some bread? I've done that before. I had some dry yeast, 1 packet, then maybe 1 liter. No, not that much. Let's say 7 deciliters of wheat flour. And breadcrumbs. I think that was what it was called. I asked AI, hey, I have these things, what can I do? And it answered some recipe, some instructions. I followed them, not well, of course, but I was able to make some bread and then eat it with margarine. 2 days ago, I did the same thing, but instead of using dry yeast that I ran out, I had baking powder. It didn't work as well, but I was able to make some bread. And then I ran out of margarine, but I had ketchup. So, and I was eating this bread slices that I cut looked like chicken, because I wasn't trying to make any visually pleasing shapes. I just smushed the pastry and then heated it on oven, and it looked somewhat like chicken. And because I also put breadcrumbs. I'm gonna check. Korppujauho. Yes, breadcrumbs. I put on top of it, around it. So the texture was a little bit similar than chicken breast, or there was this crust around the bread. Then I dipped it in ketchup. Yeah, that's my life. But now I'm out of flour. I used the rest. I'm used to eating these dried soybean pieces, crumbs, and then I still don't know what's that's called. Some part of wheat grain, some core of it. That flour, I mix that and the soy crumbs together, and then I'm used to putting bananas there, or one banana, cut to pieces, and then soy milk. I don't have bananas. I have been in grocery store close to 2 weeks, and I don't have soy milk. One day I still had sugar. I added sugar there and then just water. It was good, of course, sugar, but then I don't have sugar anymore, anything sweet. Yesterday I was thinking, how bad can it be? So I ate it with just water. Didn't taste much. Yes, food is fuel. Doesn't it taste good? Today I will finally go to the grocery store, and it's not that I couldn't afford it. It's not that it would be far away. It's less than 5 minutes to walk there. It's just that mindset or that goal. What was I trying to achieve? I was trying to achieve a state where I had those thoughts wouldn't otherwise occur. If I started to do, then I would focus on that. It's very difficult to, well, this is the same example I've used before. It's very difficult to break down the engine and change or fix something there, change something while the car is running. First you need to stop the car, wait until it cools, then you can take it apart. That's in some way what I have done here. And the fact that I knew I wasn't trying to look for answers outside, that nothing that I have in my life, okay, I can't say that because I don't remember, maybe there has been some content that was about this, but I don't want to find or look for answers from others. At this point, it's pointless to try to adapt to someone else's mindset or philosophy or anything. And science, I don't care about neuroscience here or psychology. I really much doubt that it would help me change myself. What next? Next. To do the laundry. It's 11. Laundry, grocery store. Washing the dishes. Don't I really have anything? Schedule, nothing. I get these pointless updates from my AI. A little I have tried to develop it using voice messages. But hey, you do this wrong. Change this. What was this update? Sunday, 4 p.m. Have I ignored all of these? Apparently, yes. Trending essay. Because I'm using Telegram, can't show that on stream properly. I will figure out maybe Slack. I can use that. But I need to think about it and set it up. This is my usual habit. I'm trying to think, what should I do next? And the way I'm doing this is kind of waiting. Someone please tell me what to do. Start thinking about today's schedule and my brain says, no, you don't. Why would you do that? It's someone else's problem. Yeah, really? So it doesn't understand or I have been able to just avoid this before. Just by habit, the brain uses the same argument. And then I have been dreaming about this, visioning about a life or a certain life where I do a lot. I'm very active, very productive. If I compare myself right now to that, then of course I would get feeling that it's not working. Something is wrong here. But I need to start applying different mindset, that instead of reaching for that, too much comparing to that, I would just go with my own pace, because whenever I try to move too fast, I fail. It's important, and then I switch to outsource my motivation. It needs to come within me. Start to think about today's goals. Like, what would I want to achieve today? My brain says, I really want to do this. Why? Then I thought, okay, what if I did figure out? What if I then try to think what to do next week? Brain was more against it, like usual. I've forgotten something. This is of course just documentation, mainly for myself. I would not be able to remember. I feel each day my memory just worsens. I remember less and less, I know less and less. But also, at the same time, I feel that I'm more capable. So, yeah, it's an interesting paradox. No, not paradox, paradigm. What am I saying? I've said many times, IRAC is a tool. It's a middleware. It's not the goal. And that's why it has been almost impossible to focus on after I had developed it, to actually use it, that I thought that I would need to find use cases first and then it would come automatically. But right now, I have started to set this new idea to my subconsciousness that one goal of mine is to focus or develop my thinking and IRAC. And because it comes from the understanding of my philosophy of this life, then I can do that. Before that, I can't gaslight myself to just do something. If I'm conscious and I'm uncertain whether I even want something. How can I do that? Can't. Now, when it makes sense, logical sense to myself, to my life, to do this, then I can use that argument whenever I would feel tired or get these signals that no, you're not thinking about productivity of today or goals, weekly goals, monthly goals. Now I can finally, sure, I can react to that. So it's like having a permit. Previously, I was trying to sneak around. Then when I get caught, I would get arrested or something. But now I have permit. Whenever I get caught, that hey, haha, you got caught again. Now I can just show, hey, I have permit. I can be here. And these things, they happen, or they're very delicate. Many of these things are embedded into my habits, subconsciousness, have been happening for over 20 years. Even small or minor uncertainty about my motivation, just it happens so quick, this process, that I don't have any time to start arguing. Either I have the permit or I don't. Then it's yes. I get a feeling, hey, I want to kind of celebrate this. Maybe I can enjoy some music. It's somewhat nice to be able to focus on this at this level, this fundamental level. Previously, my consciousness was here, or yes, my consciousness was here, and the things I focused were here. But the problem was in the middle, that I would try to how would I? Let's say there is a wire, electric wire, and the current moves from my consciousness to these areas. For example, thinking about finding a partner. Partner. I meant apartment, but both works. Or thinking about world peace. They're very, very high level goals. I need electricity. I need energy for that. And it would work. But then if I try to draw more, it could exit or just break. Then I would be here like, wait, why is there no electricity? And then I go there and I'm like, what's the problem? So So the infrastructure between these two elements have been unstable. And sometimes it works. Like I can work properly, but then whenever I try to scale up, it breaks. But the problem has been that this middleware is not easy to fix. Let's use an example of Hungary and Russia. Hungary wants Russian, or at least wanted Russian oil and gas. But the pipe flows or goes through Ukraine. What if Ukraine just suddenly stops it? That was, I don't know anything. Maybe it did stop it or something, but all right, yeah, at some point. But the point is that middleware, that was the uncertainty, or that was uncertain, kind of war zone or swamp. I don't want to go there. So I would just fly over or between these states. Didn't want to go in the middle. Now I can. So the biggest gain here is not need to worry about not being able to look into the problem. Like software, I don't like that when I use an app and it breaks, I can't do anything. But the only thing I could do is send feedback, crash report. Open source is lovely because even though I would have no idea how to fix the problem I was having with the software, the feeling that I can take a look at this, I could figure it out. That's very important. But here, that's not the case, that I wouldn't be able to change things. I can take a look at this and I can change myself, figure it out more specifically. Okay, this is the problem. Brain is very dumb. How I build unconscious meaning, that, thinking about it now, I probably want to revisit, strengthen a little bit. I can build in my brain some idea, motivation, and then leave it like that and be in a state where I get constantly motivation from it. And even if I knew it's not true, that it's built on lies or something, it doesn't matter. I get motivation. And it would require energy, manual work to dismantle it. So that's the interesting part, that everything is logical, but not at the level, or not higher, at higher levels. How I see my brain, this life, is fundamentally, or to me, it's very logical. But then, can I explain? Okay, how could I have meaning then? I could build almost faith in God. I could be able to do that actually. Because God, my philosophy goes beyond God. So God is inside my philosophy. There's really nothing stopping me to start It's an interesting thing that faith in God it can be used as a kind of a motivator tool. Even if someone is very religious, then they lose that faith. Wouldn't necessarily matter that much. Because, like, okay, they would have the habits, they would still gain energy from it. Of course, I think most people would want to abandon it, but they might come to the same conclusion that I have, even when I'm really atheist. More and more, I don't have, or I have less and less problems with God, because it's just human brain is so dumb, and these ideas that I want to do something, I would be interested in running or some sport. I'm following, or I like K-pop. Like, what is that? It doesn't come from any or there's no good reason why I'm interested in that. Objectively. Subjectively, yes, I like certain things, like dance, I like visuals, which is good because or in K-pop, because the industry is so big, there's a lot of content, high quality content, I like that. So, yes. But fundamentally, I could enjoy something else as well if I just build enough interest or thought about it enough. That's how I can enjoy anything. I know the brain doesn't need anything else than consume it enough. So God, faith, even that, now when I think about it, would not be a problem. I might be wrong. But because God is logical, the idea of it, the faith is logical, then why not? Okay, I'm not doing it, but Why couldn't it be possible? There's one. Responsibility, small responsibility, position, available. There was just a reminder for that. Does anyone want to take it? At Saturday morning, there is some dinner, or not, breakfast, brunch. Guess that yeah, Nordics scheduled, but there is need for someone to kind of handle that. Maybe it means to just be there, reserve the table. I don't know. It was a bit vague. The others as well, but no one has applied for it or said they would do it. Should I take it without knowing what it means? I haven't gotten any message about that volunteering. It's in less than 2 weeks. No, nothing about that. Should I take it? But what if I don't even want to go there? Yeah. What was it again? Ah, okay, someone just took it. But that's a good reminder again. These possibilities are available. So now it seems like I have access to the whole spectrum, from my philosophy to my biggest goals in life. One of it being this active brain, changing my personality, and then the other one, world peace, and the pieces between. I have gained enough life experience to be able to move kind of freely, comfortably in places, especially in thought level. Starting business, okay, it's new experience, but I'm kind of comfortable there as well. Yesterday when I watched some of the videos about Taiwan, Hungary, Russian war. Also, I watched a video about Hitler's secret recording. Happened in Finland, 1942, with Mannerheim. I got a feeling again that what am I doing? Or I got a feeling, do I really, is this even a good idea? Focus on this idea of better social democracy, capable messaging and information sharing system, app, platform, that should I just leave things to others? I have nothing to add. But no, it comes back, the motivation, the certainty, or not certainty, but confidence that no, I still have my ideas, my energy, my motivation I can use for this, and maybe unique ideas, who knows. And again, the point is not that any of my ideas would work, just I need some target. I want to do something, and that's this. And then also I had an idea that going forward, starting to build that schedule and slowly habits, getting my life in balance. I don't want to focus fully on this one solution. That's still the fundamental goal, is this world peace, whatever it means. Not whatever it means, but the best way I can help reach it. If it means to abandon this communication platform, focus on politics, fine. Then I would try to get into politics or join a think tank if I felt that was better. So, meaning to reserve some time for just generally thinking about different possibilities to reach world peace, not just focus fully on one thing and then realize 5 years later this didn't work. But yes, having this infrastructure all the way to the world peace, hedonism, I don't know the exact definition of that, but it's just saying that my body wants to enjoy life, it wants to chill, relax, and not do anything unnecessary. I mentioned that if I didn't have capabilities to just make myself happy in any moment, I would probably be depressed. But because I have that ability, then I can rely on it. I have in these past 2 months, I think there has been moments when I doubted myself, doubted this path, especially after removing entertainment, that what am I doing? How can this work? That I need to actively, I need to use energy to get any kind of happiness. But that was just while the withdrawal symptoms were the strongest. I removed stuff from my life and didn't add. But right now, it has balanced or settled out enough that I know, okay, I can fully enjoy this. And I can build habits, I can change my subconsciousness to enjoy the constant work I do, on top of having this capability of just adding enjoyment whenever I want, or whenever I'm conscious that I want. Now I remember it has, I can smile too. To be honest, I haven't smiled that much past month, but mainly because I have forgotten that. Oh yeah, that is the thing. Again, it says something about biology, the mind, the brain. It doesn't need to smile, so that's why I don't smile. But of course now, why not? So the happiness, having a happy life, is figured out. There isn't really much else. Finding a partner that is still ongoing process. I'm not talking about actually finding them, but at the idea level, what do I even want? Because that has been mystery. At some point, yes, during these 2 months, I felt that it would be quite difficult to find partner same wavelength. But then the more I think about it, the more I live on, then I realize no, it's not necessary. That's just an easy way to avoid it, maybe. Did I analyze it much? But the main point here is, why do I feel that I even need to find a partner at that level? Then concretely, what would living with them look like? In reality, I'm not looking for a coworker. But of course, some things needs to be mutual, like not having children. I would say, but even that. Okay, now we get to the point again which is annoying, that because I can't change myself, I can change my past decisions, subconscious mind. I can build, like I just said, that I could become religious because it would go under my philosophy. What if I did that? would I have to change some things in my life? What I'm trying to get here is, do I want children? I have thought about this a little bit over the years and gotten to a point or to an answer, no, I don't want. How fixed, how certain am I about that? The fact is that it's not any fundamental, there isn't any fundamental reason for it. Any deep trauma that I'm not aware of. It's not that it's in my personality, in my biology, that I don't want children. Most, or the biggest argument I use often when I say that, when I think about that, is just the habit of saying it, that I don't want children. It makes sense still. I'm pretty sure it makes sense here that I wouldn't want children because it takes, raising them takes time, energy. That's not a problem. I would be a very good dad, but it just takes time that I would possibly want to spend elsewhere. But the reality is, okay, I have said that in some certain circumstances, sure, I wouldn't say no to having a family, having children. But the point here is that I can't even trust myself on those decisions because I know I can change. If I wanted to, I can argue for both directions. That's why I can't really choose political orientation strictly, or maybe I could. I don't think there is point in my case, but like thinking about Hungary, that was very clear. I was against Orban, Viktor Orban. Was it democracy? No. But dictatorship, if it works properly, if the people are happy, if it continues, like, it's not that clear. Yes, family, and then what kind of life would I want to have? I have said many times I would like to move abroad. I would like to live as a nomad. I don't want to own my own apartment. I would maybe want to live in other people's places, just rotate. How certain I am that I want that. I want it enough that if I could do it right now, I would. But do I need? I'm living in Tampere. I have thought about this for 2 years at least, that hey, I want to move somewhere else. I have wanted to move to Helsinki, even sent messages to 2 dorm apartments. If I had gotten a positive response already, I would have done the decision to move there, taking that. What if I got an opportunity here in Tampere? Then I would stay? What if I never moved to abroad? That's fine. But the thing is, it's difficult to live like this, to have no, or have few certain things, strict things that I want to keep on these rules or decisions I have set to myself. Especially with the world peace. Okay, world peace is good because that goal I don't have to change. I I can just keep it there. It's fine. And in some level, I shouldn't change too much everything. That I understand that because the human brain is so stupid and so flexible, I could change them. I think I have said it before. It's not need that I couldn't change. I don't want to change that. That's the thing. I feel that it's good enough. It's the best I can think of. I don't want to change that. But with enough external pressure, this state, and then me having a moment of weakness, I can develop it away. And change myself suddenly to be interested in money. How strong decision did I make with entertainment? That's something I haven't relapsed. And I have said to many people that I have done this. So that automatically, naturally, I get a feeling that, okay, I need to keep on this decision. There isn't really any, or no one can say if I can or cannot change that. I could change it. I could decide, hey, I want to take back entertainment. Arguments against it would be that I wouldn't achieve world peace as quickly. But as I said, I could even reverse that some way. Yeah, what is my identity? Do I cling on? Well, of course, it's all these abilities that I can't get rid of. That's something. It's my philosophy that can't change because it's still perfect after a year. the understanding this world low level, it hasn't changed. The more I learn, the better or the stronger the fundamentals, the big picture, the framework gets, which is the philosophy. Hmm. Yeah, who am I? In some sense, even if I'm uncertain about world peace or these things I want to do, it doesn't change fundamentally what kind of person I deep down am. I think I still care about others, so my empathy level is at a point where I don't think I can be cruel. I could do crime. Why would I do that? Like hurt others. There's nothing I could get from. So these reflect who I am. These decisions, these ideas I have. Although, now thinking about it, the more I'm capable of changing myself, understanding this world, in some sense, I'm more capable of changing the fundamentals as well. Mm. Because humans, the way we make decisions is based on what's the easiest, what's the safest for us most of the time. The re like the re and then well, maybe like the entertainment, I can take it as an example. Why did I have such a strong habit of watching entertainment? Because it was safe. I didn't need to think about my life, real life. People want to avoid it. But then when I realized I don't need to avoid it anymore, suddenly the argument for entertainment vanished mostly. That can happen in other areas as well, deeper areas. That the reason I have chosen some path would be because it's safest. Like, can I take crime as an example? I have never done crime. Being hurting others, not my thing. But why? Why can someone do that? Because everyone is selfish in the end. I'm selfish as well. Are there reasons why I'm not cruel or I don't bully others? That I have been reactive. What if I was more proactive with my own thinking? That when I see a social situation, that what if I had the confidence to go into any group, any situation, and then know that if I offended them, I could defend myself. One reason I don't do that, of course, is I have some morals, but also too that I don't want to get into or get involved in a position where I need to think. What if I was able to think? Of course, morals, yes, but the point here is there are reasons why we choose the roles we choose, why I have been an observer. What if I remove those reasons? What if suddenly I become very good at thinking by myself and then leading others and creating solutions? I don't need to be in that role anymore. Of course, I could always do that properly because I'm used to it. I don't think I would lose the ability, but the point here is that with development starts to change possibilities and the personality as well. Yes, now thinking about this, I could level up my control of all this, or maybe viewpoint. For example, that understanding that whenever or if I get negative feeling, bad feeling about something, response, then I can change it to positive. That I had known before a long time, but I didn't use it that much, or it wasn't, I wasn't thinking about it at the level where I was confident that that was one component, let's say. It was two components. There was the component of this is bad and then this is good. But this is bad didn't mean that it would get good. Or the way I subconsciously felt about it was still that, hey, this is bad, I have done something wrong. And then, yeah, I can change this to good. Okay, everything is good. But I'm trying to explain difference now, because now the good is embedded in the bad, with the bad. So the way I see it, that everything bad feelings, they are not bad anymore, because by habit I have been able to embed or merge it with the good. So now suddenly I have this new component that I could use in bigger setting, bigger, yeah, higher level. So does this open up, not this particular example, but in general, would I reach new heights? For example, with the philosophy, I don't need to think about it. Is there anything else to do in this life? So this active thinking, if I can develop that, I can develop it quite far already. My speaking skills, I feel that during this stream has been okay. There are still these pauses, freezes that I experience even without speaking loud. My mind might go blank, then I stop working. But in general, I don't have any difficulties if I trained enough. I don't need to be ready tomorrow. I can spend 10 years developing myself. But now that everything is kind of hot, warm, can I reach new heights? So if I have, okay. I have a habit of thinking that I can't control life myself perfectly or that well. But now this level, I'm very much in control. Do I need to control it anymore? Can I even? Can't go that way. There is the nothingness, which means there's nothing there. So I have reached that limit. The other limit, or on the other side, is kind of death. No need to fight that. Can I extend it? Like, sure, if I can, I don't mind. But also, it's pointless. In the end, nothing matters. I have found very strong peace with myself and with this life. Even with everything going on, people are suffering, AI and stuff. I'm more at peace than ever before. But understanding how my brain works, I can just adapt it to my environment, and I have been able to figure out what I want, who I am. I have all the tools available to make any more changes. Now chilling the rest of my life. How my life is this easy? Why is it so? Am I in shadow? Lighting should be good, but for some reason it's not. Why my life is this easy? Hmm. Why is it so easy? I don't think there are any higher states or like what else can there be? My life is the easiest one out there. I'm doing the developments I have wanted to do my whole life. I'm manually just changing myself to be happy in any moment. Living in the moment. Oh. Good. Yeah, I guess really isn't anything. That's kind of life. Next, I could do some developments. Mind tries to get me to end the stream, start watching music videos, and start daydreaming again. But why would I daydream? What do I actually get from it? That's the waiting. That's the ultimate. Not the ultimate, but still, waiting is the mechanism I use there. Wait for thoughts to appear, and then I might get inspired. I might get excited to start a new project, figure out my life, what I want. That has basically been the reason why I've done that earlier. Do I need to do that anymore? One argument could be that, hey, it's creative still, but if I actively try to build some creative solution, I could create it much quicker, much better. Just making my brain blank and then get inspiration from music videos I have seen hundreds of times. Maybe not the most productive or interesting. Maybe that's the way I should look at it. Do I like it? Do I want it? And why? What's so exciting about it? Strong habit, yes, I feel that. What else? Why would I daydream? Why would I daydream? Why would I enjoy that art? I could go outside and listen to birds or just enjoy the sun. Daydream. Using music videos to think. I'm pretty sure I will continue doing that because I I still struggle and I don't think I can make that quick changes. I might get too tired if I try to think without any help, like visual, audio, keeping my brain active. go to the bathroom and then do some developments. Mm. Okay. Let me change the title. Subject. Developments. Right. Huh? Huh. Self-development. So if I say that now I have finally managed to get hold of the whole spectrum, whole supply chain, then I should be able to start developing myself without any stop. Start living the best life as efficiently as possible. Let's start by trying to define best life. Because what I said earlier, it's not easy to define clear goals because I can change them. Right now, what is the best life? Too many options. I'm automatically trying to think about some specifics. That hey, what kind of job would I want to, or where would I want to live? But those things shouldn't matter that much. What should matter is my capability of even considering these options. I want to improve that, don't I? Yes, thinking capabilities. Exercise, getting better sleep, eating better. I have gained some weight. Getting rid of that. No need to have it anymore. At winter it was nice being warmer, but now it's getting hot soon or slowly. I don't need to have it anymore. My brain wants to signal that it's getting sleepy, but that's not true. So it thinks I don't have motivation because of habit. It's fine. $130. Mind is constantly getting distracted, or what's more happening is it tries to just stop working. I'm too sleepy. So even if I seem like I'm thinking, I might just try to think, but I didn't have any real thoughts. Then I'm trying to use IRAC, so visualize what I'm doing or trying to think. I have this goal, 0 to 100. 100%. That's the symbol I'm using. No, can't be getting tired. Why am I getting tired here? Because I'm pushing myself. It should be fun. This is an example where I want to do this, but my brain uses the wrong fuel, wrong energy source. It thinks it can just use raw motivation. No, that doesn't work. So there are these avoidance mechanisms that make it seem like it's too difficult. They're very effective because if I'm not aware of them, then I get a feeling that, hey, this is very tiring actually, or this is too difficult, I can't do it, even though I just went through that I have motivation for this. So where is the problem? Problem is I have already experience on using IRAC. I'm going straight to there, but hey, I've done this before. Let me just continue how I remember. But that's the wrong approach. First, I need to specify what I'm doing. What am I even doing? going away from this goal, this moment I'm streaming, documenting my thoughts, progress. It's 12:40 p.m. on Tuesday. Am I having fun? Not really. Don't feel like it. Okay, maybe first development is to specify or strengthen this idea in my subconsciousness. It's something I want to do and I really much would appreciate if I were to be able to change that. So 0 to 100%. No, no, it wasn't 0. 1 to 100%. 1 to 100. That's the goal here. Why? What does it mean? So I really want to do this. And subconsciousness, the way it's best analyzed is to just say subconsciousness disagrees. I don't need to analyze it. I know it disagrees. I'm not excited about this. That's the starting point. And then start. I need to, well, I haven't even built the guidance on how to change yourself my website yet. Then I would make it properly, but the instructions I created 2 months ago, they're not obviously complete. That's one change needs to be there. You don't need to analyze it before it start changing. You know it's against. So I'm excited to tackle this almost lifelong goal problem. Is there a way to handle tiredness directly? My brain is getting tired. So the way to get energy again is to change the goal that I'm trying to do. If I would be excited about something, that's a clear signal to the brain that no, you're not tired anymore. So that's what I have done before, but thinking, have I ever analyzed tiredness directly? What is the feeling? Being tired. Is my brain tired? Haven't done anything difficult yet. Avoiding. Anyways, so I'm excited to work on this 1 to 100 problem. I will just repeat this in my head from now on. When I physically start to smile, immediately I felt the tiredness level drop a little bit. So maybe that's one trick. Brain got signal that, hey, they're smiling, so it means maybe they're doing something that excites them. So 0 to 1 to 100. First of all, what is it even? Subconsciously, it doesn't want to know, and that was one big problem 2 days ago, or this last week, that in my mind it wasn't clear. I hadn't made it clear that this is even a thing. That was one goal, to define it. So what is this? This is about changing how the brain functions, changing the most fundamental aspect of me, because I have lived enough like this. I want to change. And it doesn't mean that what I'm after is constantly needing to think, or constantly even thinking, but at least so that when I want to think, I can. But if I still want to enjoy quietness, no thought, which is still my default, then I could. I don't know how this goes. It might, if it works, it might work in a way that I can never reach that quietness anymore. Or then, as I said, I would be able to think well, but then go back to that zero state. So start defining this. This is the engine, rebuilding the engine. And of course, because I can't build the engine separately from everything, I needed to figure out kind of things in my life generally before starting to change this engine, because I will start optimizing the engine to be able to do all these things I want to do. Get proper motivation, which means proper energy source. So the connections, yeah, they need to go somewhere. I can't create temporary solutions. This problem is to, or this project is about solving the most annoying problem in my life. Being able to think. Although previously it created anxiety, I wasn't able to handle things well, then I got used to being able to bear them. I would live in constant stress some way. So avoiding difficulties. So now that's not a problem anymore. So one argument to not do this is that but still, why do I want to do this? What's the point? I want just to experience more. And self-development for me is a hobby. It's quite fun. This would be the biggest change in my life. So I'm excited about this. Should I really benefit from a nap? It's kind of nap time. Trying to analyze my energy levels. Because yes, in some level, feel that I could fall asleep quite quickly maybe. It feels like I need a nap, but for the future, why am I tired? Oh yeah, I slept less than 5 hours yesterday. Today I slept or 7 possibly. Do I really need a nap? Because I really feel like I haven't done anything. Yes, I went through some new thoughts. It's 2 hours. 3 hours. Well, took a long time. I feel shouldn't need a nap here. I'm not just trying to force this too much. That I use the unoptimized brain parts for this. Because the fact is, I don't know how to think properly, effectively. The weakest link problem, maybe. I'm using the wrong motivation. And it's like having a few people traveling, no, hiking. Some of them have energy a lot. They could walk 30 kilometers per day, but then there is the weak link who walks 3 kilometers and they start complaining. So because of the weak link, we're now looking for a camp already. this is not the perfect example because what I'm trying to do now is separate the group. Okay, some go 30 kilometers and some go 3 kilometers. But okay, you can rest. We go ahead. We go bigger loop. The vision I have is I'll be able to think constantly. It cannot be just that I would develop that part of the brain completely. No, I can't change that fundamental stuff. Just trying to think, analyze or think what's going on in my brain. Feeling tired shouldn't be. What is sending a signal that this is difficult? Am I trying to do something difficult here? Something is sending that signal. Doing something easy, something fun. I'm trying to develop myself and not even anything. I'm just doing the warming up, the first stage. Get excited about this project. I'm not even looking into it yet. Do I feel that I have something else to do? I'm avoiding this to do something else. Why would I be avoiding? Or that I would like to do something. There isn't anything else. Even sleep is it's not that fun. Sleep is of course necessary for humans. But I'm just thinking, could my brain be that smart that it would try to avoid this by making me tired? Because if I consider sleep like I do with food or entertainment, it doesn't raise any specific feeling that I would get hungry. No, it's not hunger. It's just interest or entertainment. It's interest. It's not need. It's this general feeling that I want to do this. But with sleep, it's different. It's not that I want to sleep, but I get sleepy. So I'm just thinking, could the brain be so smart that it adds the sleepy option to avoid? How the brain wires. Maybe neuroscience could help here a little bit fasten this, but maybe by habit. Let's try to continue. So I'm excited for this 1 to 100 project. Check this one. Updates to our terms of service. Okay. Nothing too special. Maze VR. Okay. Edit. Yes, definitely defining this is the first step, because if I compare it to world peace, I can understand that goal, idea quite easily when I open, okay, world peace, I started to automatically get ideas, okay, and feelings, what it contains. But if I do it with this, my mind is just blank. There isn't anything clear coming, or if there is, I feel that I'm getting confused looks, like, wait, what? So in a video game, there is the environment, then there are these often quite clear objects that you can touch, you can interact with. The world peace for me is something I can interact with, but this feels that it's just the environment. I can't interact with it, or it looks like it. So I'm looking stupid here, even trying. That's the feeling I get from my mind. That this is something it has repeated to itself to be constant, unchangeable. So first, I need to change it so I subconsciously understand that I can change this. Because still, I only get the confusion, like, what do you mean you're going to change this? You can't change it. I felt the need to go to sleep, or tiredness level has decreased quite substantially. I was correct to not listen to it. So defining this can be changed. only 5% increase in excitement level. Still nowhere near enough. This is one power of IRAC using visual canvas, that I was able to, I got to a point where if I just focused on it, I didn't have any thoughts, and that's tiring. But then I was able to draw and keep drawing and rest on those visuals, that I don't need to focus on it. I don't need to keep the thoughts in my mind or in my short-term memory. I can lose them and then take a little pause. Then I can, from the visuals, I can get those ideas back and continue. So that's one huge benefit using it. Again, I'm looking at this visual, which is of course very unclear, and my mind says, hey, you looked at this, you tried to concentrate, you didn't get any answer in 1 second, you're tired. Or not that you're tired, but you should focus on something else. This project, this should excite me a lot. This should excite me a lot, because imagine buying all these devices, vehicles, being very excited to use them, play with them, but then the electricity or fuel was uncertain whether you had it. So yes, I'm going for a drive, and then suddenly, oh, okay, now the fuel tank became empty and couldn't go anymore. So this project, it would automatically ignite the interest towards this stuff that I moved away from because it was just too annoying to not have energy. Especially this IRAC. So IRAC is a project to develop my thinking skills, which I lacked energy. But now I'm fixing that energy issue by using IRAC. But at the same time, now I get excited about IRAC building, because that is something that that's more, how would I say it? Kind of the most exciting thing I can think of. Any book, any story I would read, any movie I would watch, any application I would build, anything doesn't compare to the, not the Iraq itself perhaps, but what it enables, which is enormous capability for imagination. Mm. It can be changed. How am I sure? How do I convince my subconsciousness can be changed? In some way, I'm doing it already. The only question mark is the energy, though, how the brain works. So if there are, so some part of the brain uses energy or consciousness, being conscious, where that's demanding. That is demanding, but in reality, it's not. I have experienced many times when I was conscious big part of the day. Why would the brain allow that for one day, but then not in the future? Of course, if I don't need to be conscious, then it's not a problem. And this, yeah, so the consciousness, being aware is not my goal. I know things will become habit, and once I'm satisfied with the developments, I'm not actively doing them anymore. Then I don't need to think about it. I don't need to be that conscious that I have my schedule, I have my habits, working on something. Hmm. Yes, so why? So I can change this. So here I'm using an argument that I'm already using it, sort of. Now I'm thinking. I'm actively thinking. This, if I could count at least this stage, everything is fine already. So I'm able to think at least short while. Could I keep doing this? As I mentioned before, I think I could even become religious if I wanted. And I can enforce my motivations. That's quite easy. Haven't done that much because I haven't decided what to build. But to help this constant thinking. I don't see any problem if the brain doesn't or suddenly doesn't come up with some hardware issues that it just can't run. There's some bottleneck there. Needs to rest enough in a week or could I stress out myself without realizing it? Maybe this might be something that I can do if I'm conscious, but I can't change it at low level enough. That at low level, by default, I don't want to think. My brain constantly tries to shut down, which it's doing. But then I can overcome that by becoming conscious, and I'm able to work in some level at the same way than others, or most others. But I need to, or that's just temporary. That it doesn't matter how long I would do this, I would never be able to change that low level again. Or at all. And it's so fundamental. But because I can change stuff on top of it. Yeah. For example, I can change the infrastructure on top of it, the brain, to get used to this mode, faster thinking, active thinking mode. Wouldn't that be able to support it? And of course, I can change my environment. That's the easiest one. Getting to situations where I have responsibilities, I have to think, I have experience in making decisions, solutions. I can just use them. So my experience says I am able to change this. And as I said, it doesn't actually matter even if I can't change it permanently. Even the ability to think when I want, that's good. And yes, it doesn't matter. If the only thing I can do is just improve this, then that's it. It's fine. It would still be something I want to do in this life. I haven't done it before. I want that experience. but yes. But if I can, I would like to change myself more. Yes, good. Going back to being excited about this. It's not the easiest one to focus on because on its own it's quite abstract because it's just a template. It can mean, or I can think, conversation, that by developing this I'd be able to be more comfortable in conversations and get more out of them. But that's just an example what I can do with this. Excitement here, well, can be, I can use conversation example to get excited about that. I'd like to build its own. Should I buy a new laptop? I bought that. Wait, 2021 was it? Where did I buy it from? Gigant. I should have the receipt. $2020. Asus ZenBook. Yeah, August 2021. Oh, it's 4.5 years old. That's quite good. Cost 570 euros. I just thought about going to Sweden. And in general, I could have more powerful laptop. was kind of waiting to get a job, but if I started looking around, if I bought used laptop, no. Okay, I'm going back here. Because the i3 processor is not good. If I could get my hands on a more powerful one, I would perhaps even run Quest 3 4K. Don't think about it. Where was I? Being excited. Yes. It's funny. I'm trying to focus on this, and then I get these feelings that there's something else to, something better to do, or this wouldn't work anyways. And I'm kind of feeling that energy or fuel issue. But this exactly what the thing I want to solve with this. So just funny. My mind can't grasp the importance or scale of this development. Like I'm trying to use IRAC, and then I get these feelings that IRAC is too difficult, that there's still this unanswered or this problem of getting energy for it. But then, hey, that's exactly what I'm trying to do. So how it feels, or one example I could give is that there is a workplace where many things are not working. And whenever you make a complaint, there is this middle management saying that this doesn't work because the boss never comes here to fix it. And now I'm the boss. I go here, this factor, and I ask why is this not working? And they say to my face that the boss is not here, even though, yes, I'm the boss. Because that's what they're used to saying. My mind is trying to switch focus to something else, but then because my life is so well figured out, and I have figured out myself so well, can't go anywhere. That the weight of this development is such large thing that makes my mind want to check the reality itself. Can this be true? Mm. So now I went back to my mind, not wanting to accept that this is even possible or it's happening. Mm. try to focus on the idea, what if I set myself a goal for today, be able to go through my life, to see what's going on, what are my options, what is my plan. And my brain, subconsciousness wants to fight against it. It says it's too difficult. It says I don't know what's next. I haven't done this before. It freaks out. And previously it would have worked. That the way I worked was I would just wait to get motivation. But with this development now, don't need to wait anymore then. That in my whole life, I have been level capped quite strongly. That in many areas I haven't been able to go past level 1 or maybe level 3. And suddenly this would unlock everything. Just remove level caps anywhere. And that, yes, it has quite a big impact. So the goal now is to initialize this well enough. Then in bigger terms, currently my goal is to figure out, get a good sense of what's going on, start using IROC, so start building that interface that I can just look at and see everything going on in my life. Projects, the schedule, the developments like this. And in there, and then start to work. It's not that special, or because what I don't want to do is waste time. This definitely is not waste of time. Can I control this outside of this moment? What if I stop now? Haven't done any huge development yet. I will remember this. All right. Okay. Already, but I didn't do any decision about porn. So on Saturday I thought that okay, I will start NoFap. Then I didn't. Should I start that now? Or no porn? Making such decisions is not as easy as it was, because I allow myself to change decisions more. I would say it makes sense. And because my imagination is well enough, I only need a bit of consciousness and energy. I can create scenarios I can't get anywhere else. Yeah, let's decide that. So no porn. For now. I'm just taking a break from concentrating on the development itself to allow my brain to relax a little bit. Yeah, clearly going to sleep was not necessary. Although I feel more and more tired, but maybe I can manage. I know I need to exercise. I haven't done anything, and going outside will feel good. Okay, let's go back. I'm excited for this 1 to 100 project. If I postponing this possible nap is a good idea. just, yeah, I don't like the idea of enforcing this tiredness propaganda. Especially because I'm not even trying to remember this. I'm just yapping here. I'm doing subconscious changes, which I don't need to remember, they're just there. What the brain would need to recover from. I'm just trying to think the future where I would, if I let's say I wake up at 7 a.m. and then start working at 8 and stop at 11 p.m. So if I worked, what would that be? That would be 16 hours. No. Yeah. Yes. So if it was 16 hours, then it's a bit more than just 3 hours that I'm now have done. And I would like to be way more efficient, even do way more. How can I now be tired? Lack of proper exercise, yes, sure. But what I experienced in this last week was very strong inability to think. That I mentioned that 20 thought someday. It really was like that. That I would become conscious, then have one thought and no, I don't want this. So yesterday when I started to think, then I slowly but surely was able to think more and more and more, and kind of got back from that low mind state. So here I would like to have the same effect with sleeping or being sleepy, that it's just an artifact. Urgent notification. Let's see, Tilitsum. What is so urgent? Back place. Not like this, not like this. Of course, the thing with Iraq is once I now hopefully build it properly, it will become very easy to use compared to what it is now. Now it's empty. There are no borders there. Kind of empty. It's unclear what's where. I haven't tried to remember them yet. But then eventually when I use it, I can just browse it. So in some ways, my most used thinking method is reactive, because I can just see hundreds and thousands of things there, then browse, see, okay, and then I would get automatically ideas. Okay, these two go together like this. Okay, now I have this. So I can build upon it easily. Okay, I'm excited about this. One argument against this development is the need to handle all the future emotions, changes, difficulties. That if I do more, if I finally get over this bottleneck, then I'm exposed, vulnerable to everything that I come up with. But hey, I want to get involved with that, and then that creates me stress. So my mind knows this, that this is safe to be handicapped by this. Four hours. Where did that 1 hour go? Thoughts wandering, of course. So am I excited? Am I anxious now that I would unlock all those levels? some part of me, or there are some old parts that are against it, because I was back then, would have been difficult, this idea, but not now anymore, although I haven't really thought about it this way, but because I'm already so comfortable with most life situations, the idea of them, and I know from experience that I wouldn't do anything stressful or too stressful, too anxious. That I can trust myself. This won't cause any problems. Now, of course, that whole argument that suddenly releasing these opportunities to me would mean that I would get myself into difficult situations. It's an old argument that got rooted a long time ago, and then I, without thought, started using that. Thoughts wandering again. That's something I don't need to worry about, really. I feel maybe in the past I tried to, or I thought I would need to control them, mind wandering, but it's just because I don't have much on my mind. If I had some stress, I would automatically think about them and not some non-important things that I'm now thinking of. Okay, going back again. I'm excited about this project. 1 to 100. Okay, without much thought, I'm getting there slowly. This is another one of those situations where it feels like a mountaintop, that this development in itself, I'm climbing this mountain and I don't know what's after. I don't know what's on the other side. There is some of this feeling. So that makes it a bit more difficult to define and then change, because there always will be that counter argument that maybe I shouldn't go on top of this. Yes, this makes me think earlier arguments or difficulties, like do I even like thinking? Because I need to like them. I need to be able to think anything comfortably if I'm just thinking more. And in the past, of course, I avoided some topics. That's why I consumed entertainment. And even politics I have avoided because it's too difficult. It takes too much time, and then I read, I don't understand. I get frustrated with software, with apps, and bad videos, and so on. Or it feels hopeless that any change could be made. And then I don't want to think about even the projects that I would like to do or I have already started, because I haven't liked the idea of being realistic with them, sharing my results, because I would of course get feedback that, hey, this is bad, or this whole thing, the whole thing is pointless. There's nothing here. That I would fear. I would be afraid of those critique. But then again, thinking about it now, and for example, this partner children that I used that example, or moving to abroad, or this entertainment decision, that almost all of these things I'm more and more comfortable changing. And in some way I have already changed how I thought about them, that I opened up the possibility that it's not that strict, that is just a decision I have made in the past and stick to it. But the main point here is just by opening up these decisions, I have also opened up and relaxed about the projects, the goals, that if I have set too high goals, that I can just change them, or the critique doesn't hit that hard when I think about it. I haven't received any hard critique yet, but I'm not afraid of it. I don't avoid thinking about it as much as I have. And this is the one reason why some people especially autistic people, they choose areas to focus on where things are clear, the instructions are clear, and the area of focus is clear, like computer science. Many autistic people like computers because computer doesn't, it does what you want make it to do. And if it doesn't, it's logical why it doesn't. But autistic people have difficulties with diverse human interaction in larger groups, situations, events they haven't been in yet or similar. I'm not that bad in that spectrum, but still I have, of course, favored things that I understand well, that are logical. One problem I had in military service was that the rules, they weren't that clear. For example, there was this rule that when you walked in the building, if you came across to a supervisor or someone higher in rank than you needed to nod, just nod. There isn't any salute inside the building, so you nodded. But that was pretty clear, the rule, but it still left room for unclear situations. Like if I came or opened the door and then walked in, what if the supervisor was kind of on the side? Should I turn? Should I? Maybe a bad example, but for me, it wasn't comfortable. I wasn't comfortable with the rules because they weren't that clear all the time. And I explained that when I needed to command this group of people, I did like that when I read the instruction for this, or the instruction description of this command, I needed to teach them, that was used to us, that it was different than how they are using it. They're using it to make people run, and of course it's fine. It's fine to pressure the newcomers, but yes, that's another example. It wasn't that clear. I didn't like driving, and in general, I like driving. Driving is fun, of course, but I don't like driving if I don't control the vehicle, if I don't understand the vehicle, if I don't understand the rules on the street. Of course, I have passed I haven't passed all written exams in the military service when I was doing my truck driver card. I failed the first time because I actually missed one part of the material that showcased some signs. So I made like one or too many mistakes. Of course, then I passed, and all the driving tests I have passed, 3 of them in my life, the first go. but still I don't like it if I don't understand what's going on. Why am I talking about this? Yes, that now when I'm thinking about this development changing or making me go into situations that are more uncertain, I feel more ease. Because I understand the situations better and in bigger picture. If someone says that they don't like human interaction because it's not logical, it means they don't understand. If they would understand better psychology and human mind, then it would be logical. Like how I see people nowadays for some time, it's perfectly logical why they do what they do once they explain. Mm. I'm excited about this. I get this constant feeling that I I would like to do this later. But hey, I want to do this later. But then I get reminded that I have nothing else to do. I have nothing else to do. Previously, what happened, or in my life, what has happened, that I do something, and I reach a point where it's too difficult. I have always had the option to start something else that's easy. Then I do it to a point where the next step would be to figure or think more, and then right, yeah, in general just think more. But here now don't have that option. I can't just decide, okay, I will come back to this. Now I want to focus on looking or researching laptops. Everything is behind this. Even being tired. Now I already forgot. Yeah, I was tired. Of course, when I realize this, I'm sure it will creep out again. Excited about this project. My mind is wanting to find some arguments against, something to be scared of in my future, because that's pretty much what's happening here. Is I'm still at this state where I just wait for something to happen, and I would like to wait as long as possible, because if I get lucky, I never need to go to work. I never need to create my business or move abroad. So part of me is desperately trying to find something negative. Just now I started to think, okay, what will this replace? What will change? Because I was focusing on these different areas of my life, but they will remain the same. The only thing that will change is I will have less quiet, still time where I don't do anything. That's what I'm replacing. After everything I've done in my life, I've gone back to this, sure, relaxed state. And my subconsciousness in some way has asked, hey, when do you stop? When can we go to do nothing? Take a rest. That wouldn't happen anymore. Of course, I would rest, but I would rest all the time, meaning taking breaks, exercising is good rest from mind work, and then sleep, eat well. Why would I need a separate rest? People take vacations, but during their vacations they might still be active. Why would I need, like, I could watch a movie, isn't that rest? Not using the brain for the 2 hours. Why would I need 2 week rest, or what I did now, 1 week? Maybe I should say 2 week. I think it's good that I will tackle this right away, because these are the initial thoughts, subconscious thoughts and feelings that I have about this. That subconsciously I feel that, of course, those rests will continue. Long periods of doing nothing. That's the default. How does it feel? A very strong habit, but trying to any benefit having them. Life is easy. But it doesn't give me anything anymore. I have tried to avoid becoming active in my life. Didn't work. I didn't die when I was 20 or close to it, that I thought. Waited for my life to end, but didn't. So didn't have any other choice than to start tackling this issue that is my life. So waiting, I couldn't wait. It's not in my plan anymore. Why would I do that? It's relaxing. The thing is that that's not even true. Doing nothing, it just kills time, but I can be relaxed. Like right now, I'm very relaxed. I'm not doing anything difficult. Being conscious is fun. The negative I feel is that my brain consumes more energy than it would if I didn't do anything. But it's easy to consider other people, their problems, give them solutions and suggestions. Then when it's your turn, it's suddenly difficult. So I have gone through my life, of course, over the years, many times, looking at it from different perspectives, realizing new things, developing myself. This area now feels like someone who has always just been involved with other people's things, problems. Never thought that now we focus on you. You are on the spotlight. It's like in a company, someone is very comfortable in their position. They feel that they would never get fired. They kind of laugh when other people get fired. You are not beneficial for this company. Then suddenly they are called to this. The supervisor calls them. You're next. Let's discuss. And now they're shitting themselves. Hmm. started to think, am I really ready for this? And my brain is again trying to find some arguments why not. It has assumed I would never come here. Mind is trying to scare me away by thinking how demanding my life will get. I would constantly do something. Compared to nothing. Should I make that or change that subconsciously? Because right now it likes the nothing more. Could I change? Doing a lot is better than doing nothing. Let's try to change. Arguments against habit, of course. The energy usage, but that's not a problem. Of course, I use energy. Mm. I will end the stream here. I will go buy some groceries. Finally leave the house. And then continue afterwards. This was mainly for documenting purposes. Didn't put high emphasis on this self-development beforehand. What is this? Right, 5 hours.